All right, everybody, welcome back. This is a live stream coming to you, the real Chase Spitzer, on June 26, 2025. So, I want to do some Tesla trading today. I played some basketball this morning, so I wasn't on uh, during the market open. I was playing some basketball, so you don't always have to be there to trade, um, especially if you're not sure the direction. So Tesla's been pretty choppy today. It looks bullish, but it's choppy, so that's not bullish, right? That's just chop. And when chop happens, you just need to be patient. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna be patient. Um, I do have a small short on Tesla right now with TSDD and inverse leveraged product. And I'll show you what that looks like. All right, we're looking at the Tesla chart here. These candles, they look, it kind of looks bullish, right? You have this like hammer candle, and you have a 1 hour that's just kind of like, where do I want to go? I could trade, this hourly candle could trade within this range for the next hour, right? There's a pretty wide range. The bottom is 324.56. The top is 331. So, you got some volume, some buyers coming in here. If we, where's the pivot at? I think the pivot would be above, this 200-day moving average. If we can pivot above that, we'll hit the super trend, right? Super trend's at 331.91. I love the super trend indicator. We can break above this, we could, volatility has been there, right? We could test that 350 area. It wouldn't surprise me, right? Let's just do some marking here. So I would buy above, 330 and some change. That's just me. It's not financial advice. I'll probably take a small position just to kind of balance out my short. Yeah, once the market tips its hand one way or another, that's just, close out your short, go long, or close out your long and go short, right? So you just have to be an umpire calling balls and strikes. Don't go too heavy when you enter those positions. We might get a short squeeze here, but again, be patient, right? Just gotta be patient. What's AMD up to? AMD had a run, huh? AMD had a run. AMD's a tricky one, man. QQQ hit an all-time high again today. Man, this thing is just a monster. Monstoro. Let's look at the VIX, see where volatility's at. It's going lower. It's not oversold yet. I personally don't think Tesla will run today. I mean, it's already 7:45, an hour after the market has opened, and we're flat. We're flat on the day. Usually after a 4% down day, you get that recovery and maybe to go test new highs or within the week or whatever, right? So I'm kind of bearish on it right now, to be honest with you. So that's why I have a short position opened. Still have a long position for a swing trade, or an intraday trade, I should say. But the market's flat; it's not going anywhere. Managing risk. What a flat day for Tesla. Let's look at Tempest AI. Ooh, Tempest AI is taking off. That's an hourly chart right here. Here's a 15-minute. It looks, definitely looks like it can go higher. I'm a fan of Tempest AI. I think healthcare tech is here to stay. It's growing. Healthcare technology in general has been broken for a long time. For those of you that are familiar with healthcare technology, a lot of the bigger players have been in the industry for a long time and take advantage of old technology, and it's unfortunate, but the truth. Let's look back at Tesla. Still chop. I think this thing is just gonna tip down. I mean, Tesla, whenever, like I said before, whenever you have a 4% down day, usually you get that pop because there's just too many people bidding it up, and it doesn't seem to be bidders right now, right? There's no bidders bidding it up. So I'm kind of bearish on this thing. I have a short position. I also have a long in case it pops, but I'll quickly close that out if this thing tips one way or another. So beautiful thing about the market is there's products that you can buy that are shorting a stock. So in this case, I chose TSDD. That is a stock that you can buy that is an inverse leverage product, 2x inverse leverage against Tesla. So when Tesla goes down, this product will go up. So yeah, I got a position. It's kind of small, just 250 shares. And I have a position in Tesla, just 100 shares. So as the market tips its hand one way or another, and I think it'll go down. I could be wrong. But our pivot up is going to be, that 330. It's right around this 100. That's a 120 day moving average. But let's change this. 100. Oh, it's under it. Yeah, it's about there. See, we got a rejection off of it right here. We can, if we can clear this, we'll, you know, we can really run. We can really run. But will we clear? Will we break 330.48? I don't know. Alright, let's see what's going on today. News events, right? So let's see. Oh, it's looking healthy. Alright, news events. U.S. stocks rise as Israel-Iran truce holds. U.S. GDP slumps in Q1. Ooh, GDP slumped in Q1, huh? Let's see here. Let's look at the indices really quickly. What's happening in the market overall? So we got a 0.64% change, 0.5 with the S&P 500, 0.5 with the Nasdaq, and 1% with small caps. I'd love to see that. VIX is down today. All right. Stocks. Nvidia up 1%. Tesla is flat. Which is surprising because it's a high beta stock. So when the market's up 0.5%, usually Tesla will be up 1%, right? But it's not. AMD up flat. Supermicro almost up 4%, 3.9 to be exact. Palantir up 0.3. Coinbase 4.5. Alphabet is barely up. So upcoming events today, in about an hour and a half, we have the 7-year note auction. That's probably going to be a mover for the market. And then let's see, today we had pending home sales 1.8%. Forecast was 0.2, so it beat. FOMC member daily speaks today. Core durable goods orders month over month for May was 0.5. Forecast was 0.1. It beat. Durable goods month over month for May. Actual was 16%. Forecast was 8%. So it beat again. Initial jobless claims 236 for initial jobless claims. 236K. Forecast was 244. So it was under forecast. So that's good. Wholesale in Canada, eh? Alrighty. So if you guys don't know, Micron had earnings yesterday and killed it. We can look at their numbers if you'd like. Alright, here we go. We look like we're gonna roll over. We do. And like I said before, it's not hard to go short. Just gotta be patient. Now if we do end up like falling, right? Where could we go? Where could we go? So here's a low for the week over here, the weekly low. It's a $10 range. That's more than possible. But when we go to this 4-hour chart, we have a trend. Now this chart goes back to April when we hit 208, the lows after hours. So the low 300s, you know, the low 300s, that's like the channel bottom, like right here. 300, like if we were to fall all day today, it would be possible. You know, 300 would be that spot to buy. Maybe we'll round back up over the next few weeks. But I just don't see it happening today. I don't see the volatility within Tesla today to just pop. It pays to be patient, that's for sure. It pays to be patient. And I got coffee, so. You know, this 15-minute chart on the Qs, this thing is looking bullish. It looks bullish, right? I mean, you have your MACD curling up. It's about to hit. Oh, goodness gracious. It's about to kind of retest that 544 high, potentially, right? So we have the auction today, the 7-year auction. And we also have Tesla maybe going to drive this pop in the Qs right here. Tesla is approaching that super trend line. That's resistance right there. Remember, if we get above think it's like at 330.27, 330.36, somewhere around there. If we get above that, I'm gonna add into my position, because then we could just go retrace that whole day we lost yesterday. It's possible. I mean, this it would be the slowest uptrend I've ever seen out of Tesla. Usually whenever we, start retracing, we do it, somewhat a little bit quicker than what we've been doing right now, this last hour and a half. So I'm going to close some of the short. This does look like it's getting more bullish, so I'm going to take the gas off my short. And again, if we get above, that 330.36, I'm adding into my position. It's looking bullish. All right, I think we found a trend change. I mean, this thing could just reverse on me, right? I doubled, not doubled down, but I added to my position. I think it will get past 330, 336. It could just get rejected and I can get stomped out, but that's my thought process on this one. Is that hey, we absolutely could go push through 336 with this you know, we're not oversold yet. We're near that resistance line. If we break through it, there's plenty of room on these indicators to tell us that you know, we're on our way up. So we'll see, right? We'll see. All right, we're approaching resistance. Approaching resistance. We still have 7 minutes left in this candle. This actually, this is the 1 hour candle. Let's go to the 15-minute. Still have a few minutes, few 7 minutes left in this candle. Like rejected nearly right at the line. Ooh, come on now. A lot of time left in the day. A lot of time left. Will we get this breakout? I don't know. Now, generally speaking, we have a trend change around 9:30 Arizona time. That's 12:30 New York time. We'll see if we get it. The weekly expected move on Tesla is the lower level is 298. The upper level is 246. So we're still nearly at the upper range of that. I gotta hit the restroom. Be back. Alrighty, people, while I was in the bathroom, I saw that drop, that bearish looking Tesla, which, hey, that's not surprising. That's kind of what I thought might happen. We did kind of test that 336 area and just got rejected. This is an hourly candle. It's engulfing the previous candle, and so there you go, being umpire calling balls and strikes. So I had to get back into my short. Let's see if this holds, but I think it will. I think that was a bearish move, kind of midday, almost midday, but trending towards midday. So if we rally back from here, I gotta clap my hand to the market and say, hey, good job, you got me. But I'm gonna say that was bearish. But hey, 9:30, 9 o'clock, 9:30, that's when the trend changes. We got an hourly candle right here that's testing that 336. So it's possible for this candle to just trade up in here, and then like at 9:30 it just be like, okay, well, time to go up, and then just start blasting off. So we'll be watching for that. I did get out of my position because I was too heavy, and took a small loss on that one, but that's okay, because if we do run up, we do break this 336, I can jump right back in and make even more money than what I quickly lost. So on the 15-minute time frame, this is a sketchy candles going on here. We got a rejection candle on the 15-minute, trend change kind of engulfing candle, and then you have a breakdown and then a retest. All right, so it's kind of retesting right now. Like I said, you got another, still got a long day ahead of us. This is a 4-hour candle. Just expect a lot of chop, right? So I got my, this looks like a potential green candle forming. It'll turn this color, right? Who knows? That just looks bearish on the daily, right? So it looks bearish. You got volume picking up on the Mac diesels. You have a high, a lower high, kind of a retest actually from the breakout here. So, this thing is, if we are in an upward trend channel, this thing would curl back up. We'd go test that 390, 380 area. I'm going to take the profit on my short and just be more patient, since this candle on the 15-minute time frame is just too choppy for me. Look at that, it's forming it's retesting the breakdown, but it's just too choppy for me. So be patient. We get above 330, 336, I'm going to buy into that. And you'll see that trade here live. But until that happens, I'm on the sideline. We had like a $7 drop in a matter of seconds on that 15-minute candle. Oops. That was just ugly. Foul play. Scamming. The scamming. You went from 330.15 to 323, $7 in like no time. And here it is, just kind of retracing. That was a shakeout. Got me out. Shit. So Tesla just made a new low with that candle and went all the way back up. So if that doesn't say chop, I don't know what else does. I mean, we're an hour into 2 hours into the trading session and it finally made a new low. So I don't know. I think it's bearish for the rest of the day still. I really do, but you know, I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I'm gonna be patient. 330.36. That is our pivot point that I'm watching and that I'm waiting for. But until then, you know, the options for the downside look pretty juicy for Tesla. It's such an ugly candle. All right. Finally. That could have been just a reload for all the shorters. Thankfully, I did short there. So I did buy some puts for expiring July 3rd for the channel bottom. They seem to be paying out. I am short Tesla right now. I gotta be honest. Don't hate me. Every time I say that, it goes up. The price of the stock goes up, so maybe I should just shut your mouth. Like Conor McGregor would say, shut your freaking mouth. So choppy. Oh, what a chop fest. Still up on my short by 50 bucks. Now I'm up on my long. That's a decent position to be in. Still got another hour to go before we figure out where this market's probably going to go. This is such a chop fest. Look at this. Look at these ugly. There's no pattern here. What's the pattern? You got a, I don't know why I have a line here at 27. I think that was from yesterday. That was probably yesterday's close or something. But, you know, you could arguably say here is our resistance. There's our resistance. This is ugly as fudgesicles. It's a really ugly chart, folks. Just be patient. Be patient. This chart is so ugly. I got a put on Tesla right now, expiring the end of next week for 310. I mean, just a little insurance for 800 bucks. And I got a long position. And then we got Tesla acting like a little bee-hee-hee. Not sure which way it wants to go. We need to see it break above this purple line in order to be more bully. Bully, bully, bully. Now, what's the Q's doing? Overall market dynamics. We got a pop. We got a poppy. Oh my goodness. It's just, how do you know what's gonna happen? Well, you don't. What you gotta do is play the trends, play the lines. Look, this thing bounced off of the volume weighted average price. What is the volume weighted average price? Well, that's the indicator that tells you that most of the people that are buying this are right here. This is where they own the stock at, most of the people for the day. So we had a pop, traders took their profit, we traced right back to where everyone is at break even, people bought more. We're seeing a bid up again. Simple as that. Now what's happening with Tesla? Well, it's just a lot of chop. It's a lot of choppy. We're down, we're up, we're down. Look, we're back up. Where's the volume weighted average price? 327.36. Now, if we can bounce off of 327.36, you know, traders are starting to bid this thing up. But we've been here before twice already the last 2 hours. So, again, our pivot point is above this line. If we can get a candle that is just really juicy, you know, going into the 334s, I would be happy about that. I would buy this, sell that, maybe buy back. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, you're looking at... I have you guys on the wrong screen. I'm sorry. You guys are looking at my position. But that's okay. I was looking at Weeble doing a lot of dancing on the screen. Again, I'm long, 100 shares, 326.46, little baby position. I do have a put going out the end of next week, betting that the stock will hit. You know, I paid $4.15 for 2 contracts, so you know my break even is like at 306 and some change. That's about the channel bottom or so, you know, give or take. It's a little insurance, okay? This thing goes to 318, I'm stomped out. 320, I'm stomped out. Insurance pick me up. We break above this 336, 301 area. I'm adding, I'm buying that. And on to new highs we go. But, you know, Tesla this late in the day with a pop like that, I mean, is it possible? Yes. But does it happen? Not really. I mean, I don't really see that happening. I see a lot of chop. You know, we could have an inside trading day pretty much from yesterday. It's pretty much an inside trading day. We didn't go underneath yesterday's low, and we're damn sure ain't near the high. The indicators look bullish in terms of the you know, just the volume just kind of picking back up. Okay, we sold into that, but traders bid it back up. We haven't been oversold once today, so if we do get a pop right here, you know, this indicator doesn't flush up here, we're still looking for new, you know, we're going to be looking for some higher prices, some bidding. Got a lot of day left. This 15-minute candle will end in 2 minutes. see what kind of candle we get. But then after, it's been bearish today, folks. Alrighty. Alright, let me explain one more time what's happening here. We got a lot of chop today with Tesla. We were down 4.5% yesterday, 2% the prior day, so we've given up the entire breakout. On a 4-hour time frame, this is what it looks like. The last, this goes back May 29th. Okay. These are, we do have an uptrend, right? There's clearly an uptrend going back a month. But now we're approaching the end of the month, so, could we go back somewhere here? Absolutely. But typically what you see is after a big breakout and you hold this, you can see that reverse back. We are having a little bit of a swing back on the MACD down here. I'd like to see it above this plane to be a little bit more bullish. We're trending up on the RSI. We're not necessarily oversold yet, right? So we're definitely not overbought. We're flat. Right now in my positioning, I have a put. This is more insurance for a put for 310. I think the price could hit 310 by the end of next week. I paid $4.10, 15 cents for each contract. I have 2 of them. It's a little protection for the downside, right? If I see this thing crack, 322, I'll anticipate 317, and then, somewhere around the low 300s, definitely possible. Why do I say the low 300s? Well, if I look at the daily time frame, if we were to make a move down to the 300s, I think that's a good area to buy in terms of the last. Since May, we've been chopping in this range from here to here. So if you were to buy in the low 300s, I think, if it made a move down there, it would be a lot of risk has gone away in the short term. So you can buy that expecting maybe like a short-term swing up, or even like a 2 to 3 month swing up where we go touch the highs again at 365, maybe even further. So. You have a MACD that's kind of curling over. We're not oversold. We're not overbought. Things are looking kind of optimistic. We're holding this breakout right here. We consolidated right here after a downswing and rocket back up. We're consolidated. We broke out of that. Now we're retesting and holding. So that's what's happening from like a bigger picture perspective. I'm going to increase my position on Tempest by just 49 shares. Oh. Alrighty then. What an ugly hourly candle. Very ugly. Well, chop. What do you do when chop happens? You just stay patient. Earlier I bought into this candle and this one just took a dive on me. This pattern right here is bearish. So, you know, we could be going up, yeah, but will we get past this 330.36? I don't think so. Okay. 9 o'clock is approaching. 9 o'clock is when we have trend changes. And 9 o'clock is here, people. Remember, this is a bearish look, so let's just see. This next hour is going to tell us. What are we doing? What are we doing, huh? Feel like I'm in the jungle or something. So just took profits there. Don't like how this candle is building out. Still have my insurance play. $200 shares on Tempest AI, valued at 11 billion. I think that's, you know, I'm bullish Tempest AI, but could be more downside. A lot of chop today. Chop is, well, it's dangerous. Chop, 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 chop. Alright, I'm gonna just keep my insurance where it's at. Let's see if I can play this candle. This is a 1 hour time frame. Let me go to a 15. Let me get a little bit more tactical. This is a 15 minute. We're trending upward, but on the 1 minute we're selling off a little bit, consolidating. All right, this trend change hasn't happened yet. Okay, I'm looking for above 336 or below, you know, start making new lows. It's like, what is this thing gonna do? Alrighty, let's just take a general gander at markets, shall we? Tesla doesn't know what it wants to do. The latest report: Tesla executive Elon Musk confidant leaves EV maker. What is that? Elon Musk fired Omid. Ooh, interesting. Tesla fires a guy. Excuse me. Tesla fired somebody. You're fired! Well, as long as it wasn't Elon Musk, I'm okay with that. Okay? Here we go. Tesla wants to be a beehee. Go ahead and close out that position. We got 15 minutes to 9:30. It's generally whenever you see things change. This is a 15-minute candle. 15-minute time frame for the day. This is pre-market, sold off, bought back up. I think we'll probably go lower. Tesla on previous down days, especially 4.5% days, if we're not punching up at the beginning of the day, probably not punching up at all. First time, best time, baby. So, what does that mean? Be patient, people. Pick and be tactical. Pick and choose your opportunities. Be very, very careful, my friends. I have a put right now. I got some insurance. 2 contracts for a 310 put. Volume's still picking up on the 15-minute. But the MACD hasn't crossed the positive plane yet. I mean, this is just some serious pro level chop here, people. Be careful. I got insurance for next week. Cost me 800 bucks. But the upside is, you know, we can definitely go to 331. Let's back up to 344 even. Pay for the insurance. Upside for risk. I mean for gains. And if we break out of this, we go higher. I mean, hey, we're in good positions. Just be patient. Patience is key. Tell you what though, this new 4-hour candle does not look good. So I'll get ahead of that one. Ah, that's exactly what it is. I sell, it goes right back up. Chases out, go back up. But no, I'm not gonna buy that. This is a 4-hour time frame I'm looking at. It's not the most bullish. Here's a 2-hour, still the same candle. You know, here's a 1-hour. It's pretty much still the same candle. So I'm gonna be cautious. Not much happening today though. It's been a pretty flat week ever since this 6% 2-day sell-off. Lots of chop. Lots of choppy. Oh yeah, let's turn that up. Well, what a boring trading day. I'm sorry, people. This market is disappointing. It's terrible. Just terrible. Times like these, you just want to do a bunch of push-ups and keep yourself busy, you know what I mean? I gotta get to the gym today and do legs. Work out the old chicken leggies. What you guys know about that? Played some basketball this morning. Got a bunch of wins. It's not a big deal though. Just a hooper. Trying to make it. Check me out on Patreon. I got a exclusive content there. Tell me what stock you want me to analyze. I will analyze it. $5 a month. Unlimited chart analysis. What's going on with the news? Let's see. The halftime report saying
acceleration and optionality in it, and it's not expensive. It's Jeffries.
Well, I mean,
okay, and Jeffries is down a lot year to date, right? We've owned it for a long time, so we're still up on Jeffries, but it's given back a lot. I think it's down 30% year to date. But if you listen to their earnings call, their M&A pipeline is building. They're very excited about the capital markets activity they're going to see in the second half of the year. They didn't miss by as much as they thought it was down, but it was not down as much as people thought from an earnings standpoint. And, I think they're very excited for that. So if you want to have some things that are working and ride that momentum wave and marry them with other assets that have embedded optionality to this broadening out trade thoughtfully, I think that's a great way to do it.
Anybody care about what's been happening with the dollar before I get to Bitcoin and the fact that it's been sitting this little run out?
Positive tailwind for multinational companies. Yeah. I wouldn't buy stocks because of it. And if the dollar were up, I would give you the optimistic side of that too. Yeah. I know of no people on the planet, I could be wrong, who utilize the dollar as their predominant lens through which to decide how big or small their equity allocation should be.
We do. You know one now. So
you're predominant. The dollar is the most important thing
as it relates to international investing.
Different conversation.
Okay, but you said you were talking.
So
where is it?
I bring it up.
An international stock tailwind.
Yes.
I bring it up because the more that Trump pounds on Powell, the more the dollar goes down. Okay, the dollar's pacing for its worst first half in decades. Not years. Decades. Dollar index is at a 3-year low. Josh sees the positive side of it. Good for multinationals, obviously.
And internationals.
And international
of your portfolio.
Yeah. So it's
certainly
the buck, pardon the pun, stops there.
It's certainly something, as Arsenio Hall used to say, things that make you go, Why, when we have these risk-off moves, are we seeing the moves that we've seen in the 30-year? Why does the dollar continue to weaken when these have consistently been safe haven trades? And now they're not acting like some other safe haven trades.
What is Bitcoin acting like as the market approach? Well, is it? Tanea McKeel joins us now because it really isn't rallying despite a lot of inflows and despite what this market's doing. What's up with that, Tanea?
Yeah, Scott, $4 billion of inflows into Bitcoin ETFs this month, but the price of Bitcoin itself only up about 3% in that same time. So there's a missing piece here. We talk so much about the buyers. There are the sellers, which are these mega whales who are likely Chinese miners. We have data from CryptoQuant showing that while ETFs and corporate treasuries have been big buyers this year. That's mostly being almost perfectly offset by the selling by bigger whales. So check out buying from wallets with 100 to 1,000 Bitcoin. Those are likely the ETF wallets as well as corporate treasuries, versus selling from the over 1,000 Bitcoin and over 10,000 Bitcoin cohorts. So this, Scott, is one reason Bitcoin's price is stuck. It's evidence of a big shift in ownership in the Bitcoin market. Retail, so under 1 Bitcoin, for what it's worth, those are sellers too, but they're kind of an insignificant cohort at this point, unlike in previous cycles. And it could mean we see traders adopting more sophisticated options-based strategies or turn to proxies and treasury companies for their Bitcoin returns.
They're saying long-term Bitcoin holders are selling, huh?
That's today, Makil. You have thought
Let's look
on
at
this?
BTC.
You still own some Bitcoin, don't you?
Yeah. I don't pretend to know what drives the price of Bitcoin. I talk to a lot of people who are much more involved in the ecosystem, and they have interesting theories.
April,
but my take is that this is now a central part of the ecosystem. It's
we look
it's being
bullish.
sponsored by 13 ETFs. Trillion-dollar companies that issue ETFs. So we should start thinking less about this as some anomalous thing from another planet, and more about it just as yet another asset class that people buy and sell on a daily basis for various reasons which are unique to them. And it's really hard to divine on any given day why it might be up or down $600 per coin. I don't even try to.
Let's take a look at Circle, which is up huge today. Obviously a recent IPO, up 600% since, and really volatile. There it is. I mean, a big move today, but you look at what it's done the prior days, down more than 15% over the last couple of days, just to point that out. No ownership here?
Well, I think what will happen on the Circle front is that you're going to get 5 more of these in the form of IPOs in the second half of the year. You could see Kraken, Gemini filed. You'll see a whole host of companies capitalizing on the obvious excitement around digital asset infrastructure plays, which is what Circle is. And the valuations won't make sense because there's a ton of scarcity right now. Circle, for example, almost approaching the valuation of Coinbase. Coinbase makes more money from Circle than Circle does in net income because of the distribution fees. None of it makes sense at all. If there were 20 of these things trading, probably multiples wouldn't be doing what they're doing, but there aren't. And so U.S. equity managers who want to have exposure to crypto and can't themselves buy Bitcoin, can't themselves buy any other assets in the ecosystem, they can own Coinbase, they can own Robinhood, they can own Circle, and they can tell their board of directors, hey, look at us, we have crypto exposure. So that's a big part of the story. It's fine. I'm not in the stock. I have no issue with it, but people should understand that that's what's driving these names.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Coming up, more on today's top movers, plus our calls of the day. And later, Josh Brown, he told you he's got a new stock, his best stock in the market list.
Get
best
ready.
Stocks in the market list. Hit a new 52-week high today. We're back in 2.
We're going to write the future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
As an independent financial advisor.
All right, I bought some puts for tomorrow. Some 30. These are, kind of a longer shot, right? But they're cheap. 32 cents. Picked up 2 options, 32 cents. For a 307 put for tomorrow. I'm on. If we get, let's just say we get there, right? By the end of the day. I'll make $500, okay? Just have 2 options. $60. So, a little bit of insurance, but we're looking at a weekly time frame right here. We could climb the ladder, okay? We could climb this ladder. This was a breakout, breakdown, retest of the breakout, consolidation breakout. Looking bullish, people. I got downside protection though, so we good. It'd be wild if we break 331 like fucking mid-afternoon. Tempest AI is running. Tesla's running. Yeah, Tempest. Yeah, Tempest. We're up 4% on Tempest. Let's freaking go. Achoo! Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Whew. We get a volume spike up, but this could be sold into. $9.30, the trend changed at $9.30. This could be a fake out, honestly. I'm skeptical. Skeptical on this BE. Up $400. Let's go. Tempest AI went on a run. We're looking at a 5-minute time frame here. Switch over to the 15. Alright, I just closed out all my shorts. 9:30 is the trend change. We're looking bullish. I'm gonna hold here, folks. Hold here. Now, what I'm looking for is if we break above this 330.36 level, we shall go higher. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid, my friends. Can even do some options, you heard? The options are expensive though. They really are. I like to buy shares. And with this amount of chop, you just get eaten up with by theta. So there's something called theta. You hold too long, the price doesn't go to where you want by the time. As time ticks away, you know, so does your premium. That's theta. Dilution over time, or just depreciation over time. Your premium gets eaten up, and I'm about to get stomped out here, people. Stomped out for 100. I got stomped out. I'm gonna look to re-enter though. Just want to take some profit before it goes red. We got 5. What is the 5-minute chart saying? It's just flagging. Looks like that flag is good. Flag may be bad. We'll see. We got 5 minutes. We're looking still bullish, holding here on the 5-minute at least. We look bullish on the 5-minute still. But I don't trust this market today. I really don't. Seen a lot of choppy. We go 328.33. I'm out. It's holding, I think. Candle looks good. Candlestick play here, people. Doing the candlestick dance. I'll get a camera soon so you can see me make a fool of myself. Celebration. Celebration. This is a stair step right up. We can just have an elevator down. Might take these profits here. Getting pretty close to where I bought. Oh, gotta hold it. Hold it. Remember, we get below 328.34. I'm out. I'll look to rebuy. Candlestick play. We're on the 5-minute time frame right now. Holding. Hold, please. Still look good on the 15-minute. This new 15-minute candle, it's got a lot of time left. 14 minutes left to go. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes down to 327.86. So be prepared for that. Candlestick intraday play trading. Could take the scalpy. Kind of heavy right now. Yep, I'm gonna take it. Take the scalp. I'm out. Such a chop fest today. Waiting for this candlestick to do something. That's indecisive. We're positive on the day, people. Positive on Tesla on the day. I'm gonna re-enter that. Not as heavy though. Love to see that for Tesla. 0.4% on the day. What's the Qs? What's the Qs? We got 0.6% on the day. Okay. Love to see it. I feel good. Yeah, well, that candle is breaking down like I thought. It's just not moving as quickly as... There's like zero volatility. What a boring day. Alright, we close that. Alright, we're past 9:30, people. We have not made a move one way or another. You know, the worst thing for options is no volatility, so I just went back to trading that leverage product. You know, we could see 2250 by the end of the day. Honestly, we're just not moving any higher, so it wouldn't surprise me if we get a flush at some point. So just be cautious. It's possible. All right, let's check Tempest AI. Here's the daily time frame for Tempest. We look good. This is a bullish candle inside trading day after a pop-up. I'm gonna hold the position. You know, I'd love to see this thing hit 80 bucks. Would love it.
You're a good soldier, choosing your battles. Pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you forget a ball, and if you forget a bit, Samina, Sangalewa. Guess this is Africa. Samina, Waka Waka, Samina, Sangalewa. Alawa, Samina, Waka Waka, Samina, Sangalewa. Alawa. It's time for listen to your God, this is our motto. Your time to shine, don't wait in line, y vamos por todo. People are raising their expectations. Go on and feed them, this is your moment, no hesitations. Today's your day, I feel it. You paved the way, believe it. If you get down, get up, when you get down, get up, Samina, Sangalewa. This time for Africa. Biggie, mama. Foxy, just a little Tony. Biggie, mama. From east to west. Foxy, waka, waka, my, waka, waka, my, So guess this one possible, yeah. 'Cause this is Africa. Samina,
Alright, I cut some of my Tempest AI position. I'm up. I was up 250. Took $70 off the table. Little scalpy scalp. Alright, I'm long shares, I'm short shares of Tesla, so I'm playing both sides of the market right now. You know, there's other stocks out there that I am interested in, like GitLab. I'm a fan of. Yep, they spiked up today. I was a little late on that one. I should have held. I bought here around 39, 39.90. I should have held it. Didn't have the patience. 4 days later, it pops $500. What else is there? Sentinel One. Sentinel One had a little pop today. Not very strong one. Not very strong pop. Symbiotic. And I was buying them in the 20s. Patience is key in the market. You know, if you have patience, you really get paid out. It's just what happens. You know? We look like we're rolling over on Tesla. Not a look I'm interested in. What an ugly candle. Two-hour time frame, we're starting to look bullish. This would be a crazy end of day rally if that fucking happened. I'd be so crazy. That'd be so crazy. But honestly, it's possible. What chop? This is some fucking terrible chop. If you're trading this right now, you're a brave soul. You're tactical. Like myself. Playing both sides of the market here. I wouldn't be surprised if this candle starts building downward momentum, just because we've had a candle here that determined the range. We had an inside trading day candle which is that's bullish, but then this candle's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go higher, but really it's probably like yeah. So what does it tell us? Be cautious. I'm kind of heavy right now. I got 250 shares. I might double down at the same price. I don't know. I'm making fun of an old trader I used to watch. Hit me up in the chat. You want to see some stock chart analysis? I'm here for you. Trade in the markets. That's what we do, baby. That's our job. Hey, do your job. Do your fucking job. Fucking flipping. Alright, I'm about to take this scalp. Cutting her loose. I think I broke even on that one. Some chop, dude. It's like it just market just slowed down to a stop. We got about $1 range of risk here. But if we build this out, man, I'm back in it. I'm back in it to win it. Feel me? Back in it to win it. Back in it to win it. Don't tempt me with a good time. What music is this?
Decided to find my I'm just gonna tell you straight, baby, I'm a
Don't get it twisted, people. We go past 331 or 330. Definitely 331. We will see higher highs. I'd be looking to get paid. Playing the candlesticks, people. We got 15 minutes on this candlestick. We got 10 minutes to go in the candlestick. Okay. Go down the 5-minute chart. Man, it's just choppy. So much chop.
I'm just gonna tell you straight, baby, I'm a I'm just gonna tell you straight, baby, I'm a
is now looking a bit less likely. Let's get to Emily Wilkins with the details on what happened this morning, Emily.
Hey, Kelly. Well, yeah, the Trump mega bill has hit a major hurdle that could increase the cost of the bill and ultimately complicate its passage. Now, remember, this bill, it's going through that special process where it only needs Republican support to pass, but that means it's restricted in other ways. And the Senate parliamentarian, think of her kind of like the umpire of the Senate, ruled that major portions of the bill on Medicaid cannot be included as they're currently written. Now, the eliminated items include a cap on the tax that states levy on healthcare providers, the provider tax, that's then reimbursed by the federal government. And she also moved out provisions limiting how immigrants who are not U.S. citizens can access Medicaid, among other provisions. Now, all of those measures taken together were supposed to cut federal spending and decrease the overall cost of the bill by $300 billion, according to a rough estimate this morning from the Center for a Responsible Federal Budget. Some Republican lawmakers are now calling for the Senate to overrule or even get rid of the parliamentarian, including Senator Tommy Tuberville, who tweeted that the parliamentarian was woke and added that the Senate parliamentarian should be fired ASAP. Senator Ron Johnson told me during a CNBC CEO Council event that the changes will complicate the bill's passage.
I think the Senate parliamentarian threw a hand grenade into the process by saying that apparently you can change programs to increase spending, but now I guess you can't change programs to decrease spending.
Now, I'm told that senators do plan to try some tweaks on these provisions to see if they can get them to fall in line with the rules and still maybe get some savings from them from this bill. But all of that takes time. And right now, we are 8 days away from that July 4th deadline that Trump set, with a lot left to go. Kelly?
So again, what are the exact provisions that are getting kicked out here?
So as they are written, and mind you, they might come back with slight tweaks to them, these are the provider tax credit, so that taxes that states will put on healthcare providers. The Senate bill caps them at 3.5%. Parliamentarians said that was more of a policy change than a budget change. And then there are a number of others that would really limit, or in some cases just outright ban, immigrants who are not U.S. citizens from accessing Medicaid and similar benefits. And there's 9 provisions total. That kind of covers the main gist that we're seeing here. But this is really leading a lot of senators to try and go back to the drawing board, seeing if they can rewrite them. And then, of course, some calls to just override the parliamentarian altogether. Senate Majority Leader John Thune at this point says that he does not want to do that. He realizes if he does that now, that means when Democrats have full control of D.C., they could do the same thing. So lots of back and forth and lots of complicating factors here.
Is there a precedent for overriding the parliamentarian?
There is. I mean, if you go back a number of decades, there are even cases where the Senate has removed the parliamentarian. But again, this is all about precedent setting. Republicans are aware that anything that they do now sets a precedent, so that the next time that Democrats have control of the House, Senate, and White House, Democrats could then say, well, it happened before, we'll just go ahead and do it again. And I think Republicans are cognizant that to a certain extent, they need to have those guardrails in place.
All right, we'll see what happens next. Emily, thanks very much. Emily Wilkins. Coming up, housing stocks are actually on track to snap a 4-month losing streak. Builders First Source down 30% during that time. Why the stocks are now showing some life, even as the data has worsened. We'll dive into that next.
I can't wait to see their faces when we come out. What seems to be their problem, soldier?
The belly's full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
With gold and copper prices breaking all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine, producing a gold and copper concentrate with only 12.5 million shares outstanding and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden age.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Three meetings and 3 stops today. There's just never enough time. If you've ever considered flying private jets, you have to check out One Flight's badge. The badge makes searching and booking private jets as simple as booking a hotel. Just type in your location and find the closest airport. Then choose from over 4,000 jets in one place. When I land, there's always a car waiting for me. Courtesy of One Flight. What's your time worth?
Receive a $10,000 credit towards your first flight.
The average dog only lives to be 10. That's 10 birthdays, 10 first summer swims, 10 annual camping trips. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long enough. That's why our freshly made food comes pre-portioned, just for your dog. Because a dog at a healthy weight can live a longer, happier life.
What we're building is really, really important for the future of humanity.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it.
Innovation, space, defense, national security is great, but our mission is you.
Welcome back to the exchanges. We're watching these levels for some record highs today. The S&P is trading at 61.35. If we close at 61.44 or higher, that'll be a new record. So again, we're about 9 points below that mark as it's rising 0.75% today. NASDAQ, for its part, is about 30 points below its record closing high. So again, it could be some headlines later today. Could not. But right now, the market tone is pretty positive. 10-year yield down to 4.26. Oil also green for a second straight day after its worst 2-day period in 5 years. Prices are still down 12% since Monday, and the energy sector is about to close out its worst quarter in 5 years. Don't need to remind energy investors about that. And that's despite its best month since November. As for the gainers today, we've got Goldman, JP Morgan, those financials, not just Microsoft and Nvidia, all hitting record highs today. And 52-week highs for Disney, Coinbase, and Charles Schwab. As for Cisco, that is hitting a 25-year high today, which is pretty amazing. Let's get to Kate Rogers now for the CNBC News Update. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kelly. The White House plans to limit intelligence it shares with lawmakers. NBC News reporting the Trump administration will post less information on a system used to share classified material with Congress after an early assessment of the damage from the bombing of Iran's nuclear sites leaked this week. A classified briefing with senators about that strike is set for this afternoon. It's the end of an era in the fashion world. Women's Wear Daily reporting Anna Wintour announced Wednesday to staffers that she would be stepping down as editor-in-chief of American Vogue. Wintour has held the position for 37 years, but will continue to hold her role as Condé Nast's Global Chief Content Officer and Vogue's Global Editorial Director. And astronauts from India, Poland, and Hungary arrived today at the International Space Station. The 4 astronauts are beginning a 2-week private research mission for Axiom Space, the Houston company that arranged the flight. The last time anyone from those countries went into orbit was during the Cold War, traveling with the Soviets. Kelly, back over to you.
All right, Kate, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We got the last piece of May housing data this morning, just as bleak as the others have been, really. Diane Olick is here with the details. Diana?
Well, Kelly, pending home sales in May rose very slightly, but they're still running at an extremely low level. Just for perspective, the pending sales index is hovering just above the lowest level in 24 years. It's only a tiny bit higher than it was in April 2020, that 1-month plunge during the pandemic shutdown. And that was just 1 month. It shot way back up following that. We've been around this current level since December. Now, the tiny monthly gain since last month came despite rising mortgage rates during the month and was likely due to more than 31% more homes for sale than there were at this time last year. Now, the read on sales of newly built homes, which we got yesterday, was much worse, even though builders also have an historically high level of supply. But that's because new homes are more expensive than comparable existing ones, and the builders just don't build entry-level homes anymore. In addition, the cost of home ownership is rising. Nearly a quarter of all homeowners are considered cost burdens, spending more than 30% of their income on housing and utilities. And that is according to the new latest annual report from Harvard's Joint Center for Housing. It cites home prices up 60% since 2019, insurance premiums up 57%, and even more in high climate risk areas, and property taxes up 12%. One last stat for you. The median home price is now 5 times the national median income. 3 times is considered affordable. Kelly.
Wow, 5 times the national income. Diana, thanks very much. Diana Olick. It's also been a busy day for the newly appointed CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee, which has now voted on its immunization recommendations for both children and adults. Let's get to Angelica Peebles with those details now. Angelica?
Hey, Kelly, that's right. The committee voting 5-1 across a series of votes to recommend that people receive seasonal flu shots that don't contain thimerosal. That's a preservative that's long been a target of groups that have concerns about the safety of vaccines. Now, this won't have a large impact. Less than 5% of seasonal flu shots last year contained that preservative, but still it's symbolic, and this is a preservative that's meant to prevent contamination in multi-dose vials. And this is the first action that we've seen from this newly reconstituted group, and the first change that they're taking to make changes to long-standing vaccine practices. Now, the panelists heard from Lynn Redwood. She's the president emerita of the Kennedy-founded Children's Health Defense, and that's the group that has questioned the use of this preservative for many years. And liaisons to the ACIP from medical groups pleaded for more discussion and evidence from scientists, including from the CDC, before this group took a vote. The new ACIP chairman, Martin Kaldorf, shot back that you shouldn't dismiss someone just because they don't have an MD or a PhD. And then the lone panelist to vote against the new recommendation said that the risk from the flu is so much greater than the theoretical risk of thimerosal. And I should also note that one member abstained from the vote because of how the recommendation was worded.
So is there still, it's going to be a weird question. I'm sure most people aren't thinking this way.
Okay.
Let's say I wanted the preservative because I didn't want anything weird to happen with the flu shot. I mean, is there now optionality built into this, or is their recommendation pretty much set in stone for what we're going to experience now with the flu shot going forward?
Well, of course, this recommendation just coming out, and the flu vaccines are already in production for the fall. Most people do get one that does not create or does not contain this preservative like I was talking about, because typically you're getting a single dose vial. So something just as one shot that's 1-to-1 per person. And this is really would be a situation where you're using multi-dose vials. And so this would affect very few people. Theoretically, you could ask the pharmacist, are you using multi-dose or single dose? And so we'll have to see exactly what the manufacturers do in response to this. But really, these recommendations typically affect insurance coverage. So how these vaccines are being covered.
Who would use the multi-dose, Angelica? In what situation might that even be something that you were exposed to?
So you can think about multi-dose as being helpful, especially in large vaccine clinics, right? Think about all of those clinics that we had during the pandemic where you're trying to vaccinate as many people as possible. You're trying to use one vial instead of just, putting them all in syringes. So especially in a pandemic, that's a situation where you could see more of these multi-use vials.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to highlight that this change, actually, like you said, could affect very, very few of the shots that people are even receiving. Nevertheless, still a big philosophical change. I'm sure there's going to be more to come. For now, Angelica, thanks. Angelica Peebles. Some breaking news out of the White House. Megan Casella with the details out of the press briefing. Megan.
Hey, Kelly, that's right. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is talking with reporters right now, and she just offered us the latest indication that July 9th deadline for the so-called reciprocal tariffs on countries' specific tariff rates, that it might not be as firm as we once thought. Here's what she said.
The deadline is not critical. The president can simply provide these countries with a deal if they refuse to make us one by the deadline, and that means the president can pick a reciprocal tariff rate that he believes is advantageous for the United States and for the American worker, and he will continue to do that.
The top headline there, of course, Kelly, that deadline, she says, is not critical.
critical. She goes on to reiterate something we have heard from the president before, that he believes he can simply issue a new tariff rate to any country that isn't negotiating, and that would be what he calls the new trade deal. I will flag, though, that as it's written into executive orders as of right now, all of those country-specific tariff rates that we got at the start of April that are now on pause, they're set to kick back in on July 9th. That's written right now into an executive order, so we will have to see the president sign something in order to formalize this. But of course, he has some leeway. We might see that happen in the next 2 weeks.
I was wondering about that. Okay, so he has to do something proactive in order to keep that from snapping back. For now, Megan, thanks again. Not huge market response there, but more indications of squishiness perhaps on the July 9th tariff deadline. Megan Casella. Coming up, real estate is the worst performing sector today. And in New York City, Mamdani's victory in the Democratic primary mayoral race certainly raising some alarm bells for real estate there. Some of the REITs with the biggest NYC exposure falling significantly this week. And we'll drill down on some of the other names next. Before we go, stocks are at session highs now, perhaps getting a little bit of an extra boost after those tariff headlines. We'll be right back.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
As an owner of Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I know how to make slick-looking goggle/glasses. But I have no idea how to make slick social media-styled stuff to sell it. But GoDaddy Aero uses AI not only to create social content out of thin air, it can build a whole social media calendar just for my business. So all I had to do was upload a video of me and my pretty face, and voila. Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals. Try saying that 10 times fast. Look like you know what you're doing at GoDaddy.com.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan Silver Dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. Don't miss out on this special deal. Regularly priced at $52.95, but for a limited time, only $42.95. Save $10 per silver bar. Limit of 25 bars per customer. The more you buy, the more you save. Up to $250 in savings and free shipping on every order. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value free. Call 1-888-324-9109 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars for only $42.95. That's 1-888-324-9109.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Mamdani, I believe that he has good intentions, but his ideas are not practical. You know, you can't have a rent freeze. Some of the things that he's suggesting make no sense at all. We have this big challenge with affordability in New York City. We have issues of safety. And, you know, nothing is for free. We're a city that needs the business community, you know, needs to work with state and local to get things done.
He's been somewhat of an anti-capitalism crusader. And I think capitalism with good intentions is good for a city like New York City that is in a budget deficit at all times. He's talked about defunding the police and been part of that ideologue. It increases fear, fuels crime, right? He's talked about anti-growth, anti-job. He's opposed rezoning, and he's had, and pro-business incentives. He wants rent control everywhere, even on new construction. That's going to create zero private investment.
You just heard realtors Bess Friedman and Ryan Serhant weighing in yesterday afternoon on Zoran Mamdani's Democratic primary win in the mayoral race. And my next guest says those real estate headwinds could spill over into other sectors. Joining us now is Stevens analyst Matt Breeze. Matt, it's good to see you. And where are you digging into?
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, very much for having us. Yeah, so our coverage list is the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic banks, many of which play in the metro New York City area. Many of which not only deal with rent-regulated multifamily, a lot of those buildings also have market rate multifamily. And I think those are kind of your first order of impacts. Bear in mind that he has yet to win the general election, but if that happens, I think you could see the first order of impacts come June and October 2026 when the Rent Guidelines Board sets allowable rent increases. Beyond that, however, I think there will be an increasing stigma attached to real estate investing in New York City. Remember, the rent-regulated buildings or apartments share a lot of the same space with market rate apartments. And so if you're a landlord and you're trying to pencil out how to meet and exceed your expense base, when you institute a rent freeze, I think what you're going to see is you try to make it up on the other side and increase rents on market rate apartments. But overall, your bottom line is impacted, and you may see folks start to forego maintenance-related items and investment-related items, and the overall quality of buildings decreases.
And
in
Matt,
real estate,
I was going to say
yes.
it's interesting because a lot of people yesterday had this knee-jerk reaction where they sold off some of those New York City REITs as a result. Like you said, you're kind of looking at the banks here, which would be left, so to speak, holding the bag. Is that right?
To some extent. Now, you have to remember, a lot of the commercial real estate and multifamily, the sector came under extreme scrutiny last year when Flagstar, underwent new management and raised capital. And so it's not a unassessed asset class. A lot of the banks have really looked at it more closely, built reserves. There's been plenty of time to prepare. But I think the rent freeze would layer on an additional stigma towards real estate investing in New York City. And there's two things that happen. It's not just your NOIs that are impacted, but you get your cap rate moves as well. And I think cap rates could start to move sooner than later. And so if you look at stocks all day, the equivalent to NOI and cap rate movement is like lowering your EPS estimates and your PE multiple.
Yes.
It's overall bad for valuations. And so I think what you're going to see initially is kind of a freezing. I don't expect much volume in buildings with rent-regulated units. I think people will try to find where water finds its level. But longer term, if there is a rent freeze, I think the bottom line impacts to NOIs, and there will be a reaction in cap rates, both of which I think are negative.
Does it make you, some of these names, would you go to kind of sell ratings on them? Do we have to kind of wait to know exactly how this plays out? And even though this isn't part of, what you're looking at with granularity, what would the knock-on effect be of a hit to a regional bank on these fronts that we're describing? If that happens to capital or to profitability or whatever, then what? Yeah,
sure. So I don't want to get into ratings too much. My ratings stand as they are. But in terms of knock-on effects, I think what you initially see, we have let's call it a bulge of maturities coming due between 25, 26, and 27. And actually the year to watch for a lot of the banks is 2027. That seems to when there's the biggest kind of girth of maturities coming due. As those loans come due, what the banks will in effect do is they will reassess. They will take the financials. They will reassess adequacy in terms of paying off higher rates. Because that's the other thing here too. Over the last 5 years, interest rates have gone so high that a lot of these rates are flipping from 3 to 3.5% into 6.5 to 7.5%.
Exactly.
And so your ability to pay off the loan at a higher rate becomes that much more important. If you cannot service that note, what I think you'll find is a lot of banks are forced into appraisals, and that's where the rubber hits the road.
Well,
fortunately,
I know we have to go, but I'm glad that you're connecting the dots between this mayoral outcome, really all the way back to the commercial real estate crisis that has kind of been pushed to the back burner, but obviously would be exacerbated in some ways by everything that's happened. We have to go, Matt, but we'll come back to it, obviously, especially based on whatever happens here in the months ahead. Thanks for connecting the dots for us today.
Thank you.
Matt Brees from Stevens. Coming up, President Trump's mega bill has big implications for green energy. We were just talking about New York City. Pippa Stevens is over in Brooklyn with more on this for us. Hi, Pippa.
Kelly from Sunset Park, where there's a whole lot of construction behind me, all in support of an offshore wind project, one of the few getting off the ground as the industry faces a number of headwinds. We've got an inside look coming up next on The Exchange.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively?
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, do you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. And on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Could I have agents?
Maybe.
We're going to write the future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
Ooh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later.
We just got our life insurance through Ethos. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes.
That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend. And it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between things above and things below the surface. Those who navigate risk by meeting every turn with a heightened awareness of what's possible. Constant assessment. Determine the best position. Catch the perfect wave. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Nate Jones steps up to the mirror, lines things up, towels off, checks his Fidelity app, looks to outside analysts to get a second opinion. Nate likes what he sees. Same page? And he places the trade before anyone hears him talking to himself.
Buy U.S. stocks and ETFs for as little as $1 with no commissions. Talk about easier investing.
I want you to make money, and you can't do that until you sell and ring the register on at least part of those positions. Go buy yourself something you've always wanted, or put it in the bank.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Just as President Trump's budget bill would cut subsidies for new offshore wind projects, Pippa Stevens is in Brooklyn, of all places, with a look at one such project that is just getting off the ground. I'm genuinely surprised there's a wind farm going up in Brooklyn, Pippa.
Yeah, Kelly, so this is the first one that would connect directly into the New York City power grid. So I'm here at the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. It's a hub of activity behind me as Equinor redevelops this site in order to service its wind project off the coast of Long Island. They are spending big here. More than 1,000 union jobs have been created. The price tag is $5 billion net of credits, including $1 billion alongside the city of New York for the terminal itself. Now, federal support has been really important for large energy infrastructure projects like this one, and Equinor expects to recoup about 40% of its costs through the investment tax credit, as well as additional bonus credits under former President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. But the same cannot be said for future projects, and that's because the reconciliation bill making its way through Congress right now would significantly reduce the clean energy credits. And given how expensive things like offshore wind are, it's really unclear if the industry can survive without that federal support that it has long relied on. Still, Equinor is plowing away with this project. They expect the terminal to be done with construction by next year. First power will be delivered by the end of 2026, and then it will reach commercial operation, Kelly, by the end of 2027.
And I guess that would be still in time to benefit from all of these subsidies. For now, Pippa, thanks. We appreciate it. Pippa Stevens. Coming up, both NVIDIA and the NASDAQ 100 hitting record intraday highs today. But could a potential AI blind spot ruin the recent rally? That's next.
Assured Guaranty's bond insurance was protecting investors in municipal green bonds before they were even called green bonds.
Your boy is back. All right.
Assured Guaranty, a stronger bond.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site.
Alright, nothing really going on here, okay? Not trading. Not trading the volatility. There is no volatility, so. I'm short on Tesla right now. It's been a hell of a day.
Darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seats while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. Restless dreams I walked alone. There were streets of cobblestone. Neither halo of a street.
We have movement, people. It's not liftoff either. It's more like the elevator. The elevator. Tesla looks like it wants to roll over. See, it keeps getting rejected off of this 133-day moving average. I currently have a short on Tesla. I am short on Tesla. I am a shorty. Alright, I need to make some breakfast while we're trading. What you know about that breakfast? It's time for some breakfast. Gotta get that breakfast in, huh? Alright, folks. I am short on Tesla. I'm a shorty. I'm short on Tesla. It's funny how things change. But hey, that could change too. We're looking for that flush. We're looking for that Tesla flush. Come on, how many people in the chat think we're going down? Looking for that Tesla flush. Will we see the Tesla flush? Truthfully, I don't know. What I do know is I bought into some insurance and into the long. Maybe we could break out. I'm still a bull. But doesn't mean I'm not covering my ass. You smell me? Just let the music take you to the next level. It's like some Mortal Kombat music. Mortal Kombat! Tesla want to go positive for the day. Look at that reversal, huh? Alright, I'd make my dog some eggs. He's like my little boy. He's my little boy. Alright, my friends. We got no volatility today. Oh my goodness, it was so bad. Will Tesla take over autonomous robots? So tomorrow I'll be streaming from the get-go, pre-market through market hours. We'll probably have a better day tomorrow. Today is not the day. Tomorrow we might pick up some volatility. We might pick up some volatility at the end of the day, but I'd be very surprised. Right now I'm positioned both ways. Taking scalps here and there. I got some puts for tomorrow that you know, that could play out. You know, I'll tell you this much. We closed today below this 330. You know, we'll see 305 before end of Friday, I believe. Honestly, even if we don't, it'll be end of next week, no doubt. You know, not much going on, people. It's like a wait and see. You know, we need more volatility. Just holding below this 133-day moving average. 133, baby, seems to be the number. Got rejected really nicely right here as we start to curl back over. Now we're just getting pushed back down, boy. You know, I could see the low 300s tomorrow. You know, if let's just say we open up right here, we rally back up, we come back down. Or we just sell off to here and then boom, boom, right back down here, you know. Bada boom, bada bing. What are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna buy some insurance at the end of the day. Be crazy if we don't have any volatility for tomorrow. We had so much volatility, and then we had nothing happen today. So on the daily, it's just like the pattern is just still bearish. I mean, look at this. Here's the daily chart on Tesla. Okay, so we're in a sell on the super trend. The 5 days at 333. We didn't even make it there. And right now we're fighting 327. Tomorrow, this candle, actually I guess it would be a new candle, wouldn't it? Let's look at the weekly. Let's see. This candle has really got to take some shape. I mean, it's either going to go lower, right? Or it's just going to fucking blast off tomorrow. Be prepared, my friends. I'm positioned accordingly each way. There's some options contracts out there that are kind of juicy, so I have bought them. Just in case we get a spike in volatility. That'd be very, very nice. I don't know, man. My gut tells me that we're gonna bounce tomorrow. I think today was like an inside trading day, and then boom, overnight or in the morning, we get the bouncy bounce. Excuse me.
Colombia con mucho gusto.
Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call from my friend. My financial advisor gave me a shout. He's like, hey man, why are you trading this chop? This is bullshit. Don't trade it. So I'm gonna listen to him. Exit this one. Still got my shorts.
always comes back again, always do. Even for you feel so mean, your love's a voice I still hear. And I fire again, and the tree is saying, your voice and the rain, you're the fire, no pain. I still see you, I still see you, in the way blue skies, I feel you move. I still see you, I still see you, in lost our minds and control. I still see you.
How will this day end? Please tell me. Can't wait to find out. Alright, we're coming up on the hour of power. Last hour of the day. It's where traders get duped. Market volatility comes back. The tiki-talkers come out. Because they like to do the tiki-talkies. Not a lot going on in markets today. Tesla's flat, even though the market's up. White House press briefing. Iran was just weeks away from obtaining a bomb. GCPOA was weak and ineffective. They can no longer build a nuclear weapon. We don't really know that. No indication of any enriched uranium was moved. I don't know if that's true. Tariff, if no deal, we'll pick a rate. That's true too. Pick the rate. Yes, my friends. Could we have end of day volatility? Would be nice. Shoulda, coulda, would be nice. Volatility. Come on now. This is the flattest day of trading I've ever seen on Tesla. This is ridiculous. If I were to map this out from a channel perspective, the trend channel has been shitty. We could hit 330.67 and then just fall back away. That would be crazy. Because the volatility is here, baby. We got 10 minutes before the hour of power starts. AVGO up 2.5%. Nvidia up 1%. Almost a $4 trillion market cap. That's insane. Google up 1.25%. Circle up 10%. Circle is volatile. Tesla sucks. Sucking up all the juice. What do you guys think of Bitcoin? I want to hear your thoughts on the Bitcoiny. You know, from a weekly perspective, we look juicy. We look primed. Primed, my friends. Golly, it's just straight up for Bitcoin. Is it gonna happen this month? I don't know. It's pretty far from the moving average. You know, you get snapbacks to the moving average. It's just not happening here. That's strange. Come on, Tesla. Here, let me get the dollar hollers going, Tesla. Uh-oh. I think the stream cut off.